Greetings and salutations, all my wonderful creatures. We return to Monster Crown Sin Eater. Twice that we tried to start this episode, and two things have happened. One, a scheduling whoopsie doodle happened, and then Storm happened, so we're good today. We're good. I'll go ahead and cut the little soundtrack off the background, get the music back, in-game music back turned on, because right now there's no sound effects, and if I could stop pressing the wrong buttons, and then I'll get you guys switched over to the game screen. Okay. Figuring out how to get one of the creatures to fight us is task number one. That's what we were doing before the storm kind of took us out. We didn't do anything majorly important. We just picked up creatures. We started running into more creatures and picking them up and picking them up. And that's basically what I've been doing. I've been scooping up creatures. I'm probably going to have to organize my box later, but it is what it is. Party consists of Razil, the offspring of a Crestnut Guard and Razil, Darwall, a merger of one of our antler creatures and our Darwall and another creature, Claw, which is a merger of... I wish I could look up the father from mother, one of her figures. Another Razil with a mixture of a Crest Guard. Claw, I think I mixed with... I don't remember what I mixed with. A Crest Guard in one of the other creatures we found that had attack power, so we have an offensive guard, Crest Guard. This little dude I found a thing to power him up, and I did. And then this little funny little guy that we combined and is absolutely terrifying. It is a Nick Knight, but unfortunately it's terrifying as the subtype. It is what it is. Right now, I am on the plains, hoping to try if I can draw out one of those creatures. Also to explore. Fresh coffee caught morning. Delicious lace of butter melted on top. Can't wait for dinner today. Hey there, Slick. I'm looking for a trade by a special grove here for a Borotris. What makes your drove so special? It was a rare breed, one that made its home just outside Scarred province. Best I could tell, it's a real 1 in a million chance type of thing. Instead of red grass, green instead. So a Borotris. Problem is, we don't know what number Borotris is. I'm just going to lick you through here and figure out which our Borotris. You know what? I bought one of these. Oh. Yeah, I should have got the blind thing, so... Oh, we got one of you. Okay, man. That's horrifying. so much honey. It's kind of wild that the Shadow Crate servant doesn't count as a, count as a, the punch move. A little probably pre-charter. I missed? Our fight with the big guy could go that smooth. Gamer perk. Did I already? So I did pick up. Yeah, I already have. Where is it? Silent footed, and I'm still getting attacked. Comprehension booty, all that grab. Our pack's more likely. Wow, that is an interesting buggo. This infested monk. Break those. necessary cleave keeps it, make sure we don't accidentally KO them. So that it didn't exactly charge into the right creature. Lazy. Let's follow the right wall for now. I don't like the idea of a switch factory gem, but I have a feeling that's the only way we're going to get certain species. Oh. Oh, you're a special one. Oh, I had one of these already in my... I'm up here now. Okay. Oh my Truthy Maw. What are you? Oh, I saw that sheen. You're a demon? Right? Yeah. Cool. What a hybrid creature. You're awesome with demon. Oh, I have found the cave of powerful creatures. I'll be able to actually show off our weaknesses now. We need something that's strong against Genbu. You have Genbu, right? No, not Genbu. Yeah, we need a pile of malicious creatures so we can get past Genbu. Because what's his face loves to do Genbu spam. I want to be able to get past that by just waylaying into them. There are guys for the levels. He hurts a lot. I think our best bet will be having bad matchup of anti-magic and then force him to either A, choose between Genbu spam or other moves. Oh, battle. What is this place? What is that monster? Our agents have spread and multiplied across this world. We have embedded ourselves into every level of every country. Voice, where's it coming from? That monster, surely. Only now does the crown nation include us. The prize which stands into this spire's top is ours to inherit. We will come as sure as the sun rises and take it. This power isn't that monster's vision or upon the world, our mother's vision upon the world. You cannot find us, you cannot rout us, you cannot defeat us. All of the pieces are arranged thus. You do not need to think or struggle. There is one thing you to do here on. Be praying, be praying, be praying. And the one who shall reward our patience is Mammon, the one of wealth. He will herald our arrival with his splendence. afraid of that, but he's not as powerful, thank God. Oh, it hurts though. That's an 8. That's a 4. Accept you. Accept us, Mammon. Mammon has joined our squad. Now I gotta see how powerful Mammon is. Mammon is what my name is. On a mission, you are. Understood, I do. And my power I shall. Blind our destinies are. Strike down all our enemies. Talk. It's the same voice from earlier. So now we have another one. We have so many side objectives, but now we have another one here. It doesn't tell me how many there are, and that's what comes. I was about to fly away, and then I realized I probably shouldn't. Still need to explore this place. Alright, following the right wall. There's 3 people at least. Being surrounded by these creatures. Trying to also not church like super level. Double, triple. Abracawuda. Abracawipple. What do you look for, young man? Way out. To learn the dark arts. Dark arts, but I think you've been reading too many tales, boy. Rebellion, make dinner. Why don't you fetch me some honey if you are keen? Oh, you do? Thank you. This shall not be forgotten. Oh! Apparently started and ended a quest in the same breath. Oh, the bubble brews, it warms, it hastens on flame and stone basin. Eek, where have you come from? What do you want, Ruffin? Help the elderly? Oh, amusing young man. In the ancient days, men were far stronger than you would fall during the Lord's annual visits. Make yourself useful. Bring me flesh from the wave. Oh, there it is. May I have it? Of course I can. Perhaps the Dark Lord would have spared you. Oh, yes, but a good word. A word, handsome young man. She's almost complete. I'm gonna save, because I have a feeling I'm about to unlock it. I'll leave something not so nice. We have this huge, sharper than the claw. What do you cook, Granny? Huh, as if you've been business at all. Well, we keep to ourselves. This makes it hard to obtain the vital components for our meal. This dish requires the light of a Poe. Bring it to me. Oh, I see you already have one. I have harvested one. I shall liberate it from you. Yes, it shall be perfect. Return after you've supplied us, and it will be lucrative too. We've done it. Homebrew, Vital Elixir, and Life Elixir. Speak to my sister if you like one. You. Ah, okay, cool. I can come here and get... Ah, sweet. I can get liquids here if I need to. Huh. I'd say a very accessible location. So I just realized that that's something about this game that, like, not a lot of things are accessible. A lot of things are very out of the way. Gamer, you might be an interesting perspective. I think they seem to be at peace, perhaps more than mankind. What's to say that they're very different than us, you know? They seem to communicate in ways that are barred from us, you know? Like, do I got one of you? I do not. A vulture. The heck am I anyway? I didn't try to go to the Raptors either, so I should probably head up there too. I'm basically trying to just get the... trying to find where those super monsters are hiding. I have a feeling they're like the ghosts you do in a random encounter. Rabbit Dusty. Some people think this place is Rabbit Dusty, but... oh yeah, I talked to her. Right, Brad. I can just follow the wall. Figure out the first way up. Hello, this is what we'll start to check out. With... I can swim. You forget I can swim. Oh. Or these little moves. You know what? I should probably buy some more basic packs. We have some creams for right now, so I'm not too big of a rush. The worst case scenario is they're tossing Supremes. Not like it, you know, makes a visual difference. These big dude. Find it weird you can't like run faster on water. Get my aggro. Don't you look interesting? Yeah, being able to ram into them and like shred their HP, we can do quick captures is actually a godsend. So many of them, so it's actually really useful. Save often because when I get caught off guard, run into like a super and accidentally destroy them. Oh, they're very tanky. I don't like that. Goes to the creature. A 12-power cleave is phenomenal. Oh! I just realized he is a... Oh, he requires a Demon Pact. You're gonna fight me? You are gonna fight me. Alright, we're in a place for another one. Yeah, follow the right wall. Alright, these things are passive themes. Oh, I stand corrected. Mind you, corruptions can't fight. Alright. Saving so I don't accidentally give them. What is this place? Is that another one of those talking monsters? Eru Spire stands at the world's center. We are coming, truly, to blame that which is our voice again. Where's it coming from? With these Lunarians now coming forth, a lamb to be sacrificed, we shall take its power unto ourselves. We shall rule again. There is no god, no king, no master. We can stand up to who can stand up to us? All will topple in the end. Mankind will be subservient cattle. They shall become as slaves to us. Not you, nor anyone that can stop what is coming. We'll never defeat. The 8 Lunarians brought together, even the righteous judge. Odious is the king of demons, unmatched in single combat. He shall pulverize all our enemies and make them pay for their arrogance. Cool. We just not have a lot of magic resistance. Excuse me? He's got a power bomb. An absolute fist. Oh, he's good. You take less damage and lower your health yet? Yeah, he's taking less damage. Or... Heavenly Buster! Oh. Oh my God. You are like me. You love a good fight. I like that about you. You and I shall get on. We'll get on. Get along is what you. I am Asmodeus, the king of demons, the strongest demon. Let us bask in the glory of battle together. Assure Asmodeus, strongest in all of the world. Another one. All right, I think we actually probably should patch up after. Do I have one of these? I do not. Oh, he chunky. Oh, still get, still KO'd him. The Book of the Dead. They said the doggos, the dragos, can use it. Good gracious. Oh. It looks unique until I saw the... I couldn't remount. Oh no, one of those guys are there. I got one of you guys. I tried to go around him, and then he went upward on me. To the dead. Another one? gotta figure out if it gets effective I want. Oh, this is the shortcut, right? But you're a different color. This shortcuts us in and out. Okay. More of this. You did it. You killed the bloody thing. The labyrinth is still a danger, but I'm continuing to guard it. But my thanks. Here, please take this odd book I found in my son's room. A Book of the Dead. Jesus. Hi. Did you meet my parents? Yes. Yes. It's time we talked. You're going back home. You're going to be on your own. You're not going to die out here on my watch. Fine. You're fine, you idiot. I better fed than I've been at home. It doesn't knock me around either. Plus, you're a friend. Or then you're grown up enough to look out for yourself. Look, hell, I'm going back there to be under the thumb and work jerks again. Okay, if he's keeping a book, it's hard to remember Antonia's quest line. Right, Mystic has to do that. Don't think I'm a liar, do you? I believe you. It's just not safe for you to be out here on your own. You have to go home until you're ready. Oh. Your entire family live here? Brought us here to live and guard the labyrinth, or of a tomb. Yeah. Now from being entered. Trying to keep them away. Monsters from this place took 2 of our children when we were passing through here as merchants. Now my husband has monsters on his own, stays here, but yeah, staring at the entrance. Right ahead. Our own life is a pain that doesn't go away easily. It is not. It lingers here, it clings to us, it makes us who we are every day. One day, we'll have our revenge. Even if we have to raid the tomb. I even have to raid the tomb myself. I want to get onto the rock face. How do I get up there? Friendly battle? Sure. there, buddy. Oh, now Cluster's gonna do more damage. Still hold the ground. The late flutter. Crunched. I heard a noise. Gauge their strength. Oh, that's terrifying. That sucked. Hey, Rena.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I will. Got myself some tea. How you doing? You okay? I forgot to turn. Forgot to display my controller. I made it all pixely too. Playing some Need for Speed. Which one? Oh well. We're fighting one of the new creations. I have a feeling we cannot. Yeah, Scott's in the back. Payback. Bolt Breaker? Really glad I did slow him down. These moves sound atrocious. Legit question though, if I didn't have a stork thing, how was I supposed to be able to get down? Never mind. I'm just being silly. Our friends over at Monster Island needed a sample of these guys to stop their ravaging cancer. Defeated one of them. I even found a flesh sample. May the creature rest in peace. Let me take a look at that sample for a while. Rest here a while. As a sample is most interesting. Expected it. That's the other beastmen. Monsters entirely made of monster DNA. It does, however, offer a clue. This has features consistent with that of a fused monster. It also has a manual operated on places. What do you mean? That they have new monster parts grafted onto it? Nice. Yeah, very familiar monster. This sample. Monsters are kept stable by Urbo. Monster is common as dirt. Is this really all there is? It is. Urbo's DNA is extremely stable. Immune to most illnesses that kill regular monsters. This is the key I'm looking for. The most unlikely place. I do not ask. Do not like to ask too much of you, but you bring me a regular Aruba. A small species that I used to pass the monsters. Our souls are not compatible. I'll re-wrap one, like you asked. Thank you. Please feel free to rest here, whatever. Crops are coming in nicely. Desperado soil isn't all bad. Parts of it. Wait, how do you eat? I can absorb it into my body. Some of the others here is less messier, but not the stomach for anything. Common as dirt, and yet it's not like the first few on the list. Warlock. High magic, high resistance. Bad other stats. What's his growth rate? It's average. Hyper creature. Stupidly high speed. Packed with one, so I might have one in my list. Made a mess of this storage box. the squad. I'm looking for the shine. Surprisingly, like off tilt. He's got superly high magic stat though. He doesn't have a really strong anything else. Oh, we have this. Who else has decent-ish stats in certain categories? All right, what about you? Very well rounded, just missing pieces. Good. High defense. Defender. Inefficient. Mama. 25 rounded. So they're well rounded. They have low speed. And that's it. Asmodeus has really high attack stats. Oh, you're you too. Check their stats. Okay, heavy. Pain. What is your ability? Staunch. Foresight. I like Foresight better. Oh, he has. I would need a magic equivalent. You got a high resistance stat. Yeah, there we go. Yours is Defender. The way we want. What's your trait? Inefficient versus Pain. Gracious. This thing's gonna be stupidly wild. That is a very high defense, high magic defense, magic output. Little buddy. I need a malicious. Did we get any malicious supers? This button right here. Have malicious, you bloody guild. You have more of those moves. What if I choose you? High defense. Decent HP. Endotoxin and exsanguination. The evil magic that has the last MP type used by the opponent, but also cures his status. This move is pretty decent. .1.4 growth rate. I'll have to take a hit somewhere. Hit buff, okay. Oh, I'm gonna do the bird. Oh, unstable. Whoops. Did I? I want that other type. I can lose some resistance. I don't want to lose any speed, though. I can lose some power, because we can make it up by type advantage. Brazil's a great all-rounder. His base stat line is 25. Being well-rounded is what makes him hard to choose. We'll keep our little buddy. Alright, we've made a new punch, and we made a new... I'm gonna try to build the team. Like, I'm gonna build them on this page. We're gonna need a crew of at least level 30 or level 40-ish. I think that's where his power level is roughly at. Create chores. I'll be right back. Think of decent powerhouses set. We picked up this little weird little buddy. I wonder what he's merged with. I could do a separator and figure that out. I gotta figure out what's going on with that too. It's either a great idea or a terrible one. like the idea, and I might start selling them. What? Oh, the okay. So it's an offspring. You know what? I wish left bumper and right bumper switch between boxes. I need one of these. There you go. Oh, that thing has a decent amount of stats. Figure out what I can get away with. No, some of them can probably be fused together to make something more awesome. The reason why I say this is why have the system if you can't, and why not? And why talk about it when you can't? Like, so I'm trying to figure out how that would work and with what creature. Oh yeah, you're a boss. I need to move you to a boss. I'm gonna put you in the boss box. The rare boss box. Box 10 is gonna be my potential team's box. Move you. Like, if I could talk to it... Oh, yeah, I definitely was able to talk to you, then fight you. I'm just trying to remember some of them. Any of the weird ones in the file. Boss box. I'm just gonna put the demons at the bottom because they are still. Even though they get more than one, they are still very powerful creatures. I'm gonna grab the one of them. We're gonna put the one on kinds of the boss monsters as well. Yeah, you're one of the. You could be. Try to remember which creatures are what. When I accidentally overflow the box, it makes it difficult to remember. I got the. You know what? I'm gonna go over here. So I think I'm done fusing. I'm just gonna just do monster. And I need to set the box back to this. Okay, there is. I thought I got one. It might be in a different box. There's one of the guys we're looking for. Okay, it's not in this box. It probably one in this box. Did I not get a Demagon? Yes, I did not. Fully seaborne. While on land, less speed. Critical system 5% damage. Effective Bane. I like Bane. I just need another one of these guys to get well, need something that's a little more in line with having more moves. Ah, here we go. Salt the wounds. That's a wait, no, enhanced version. That's better. Good gracious. Need the magic stat. You lose some of the speed. The attack. You don't transform, so you just need to go back to the pile list. Oh, there's so many creatures. Let's put some of our squad back together. It was a little lopsided because our gonna be careful because those super monsters are still very dangerous. I don't know how often they're gonna attack me. I know they probably can't attack me in town. I assume they can. Alright, I brought you a Karubu. I'm afraid to study it closer. Not to be dissected. Are you sure you're still... the one I have. It's done. Primitive, but using what I have available. I've been able to create a simple panacea for the Beastman cancer. Application is difficult. We'll need more advanced facilities. It exists. We'll cross the bridge of application soon enough. It doesn't work. Cancer is caused by the body's immune system going out of control. It actually will retrain the body's immune system to target cancerous growth. The only curable vaccine requires a small amount of genetic material for its patient. Then it will adapt itself. Input upon administration will begin the retraining process for the body. The vaccine has renatured itself into a form acceptable for its recipient. It will also have the effect of altering the DNA of that recipient. Beastmen who receive this vaccine will not only be cured of their cancer, but also will be much stronger, bodies made whole. Now that the future of these cured, must contemplate a legacy. As I'm sure you've perhaps surmised, all Beastmen are sterile. Cannot have young. Pass down our knowledge. This leaves us without a legacy. We are all victims of within. But we not deserve a chance to make that legacy for ourselves in our own way. I had no idea. It makes sense. You might have been transformed. Does it really make you any less deserving of the same human experience? I want our legacy to be one of healing and growth. Show that we are not monsters, born to be. The Order has kept things in a peaceful but ultimately stagnant state for its entire existence. Has been little social or technological progress in this time. We wish to create a great library, one that anyone may access freely. The library will hold the vast knowledge of mankind, social and political theory, science and medicine, the truths of our world. With this library, men will cast off the shackles of gods and forge a new future, knowledge in hand, new ideas, questions to be invented and innovated upon. But, as with all things, physical records can be lost, they can be destroyed, they can be defaced, or legibility, or aged beyond legibility. This is why I have another plan. I call this plan the Air Library. Air Library? What do you mean? Radio and television. These are currently tools for propaganda at present, but it can be wielded as a means of broadcast knowledge. By utilizing these tools for knowledge, I can create a free repository of knowledge that will spread across the globe. Where do I fit in all this? While I have a location of the apparatus we use, I do not have the sources of information I need. You will need to find these sources in my stead. There are 3 sources I think will create a good starting point for us. First, I would like you to have a contact with Elder Raptor, who is at the top of the Raptor Mountain. This may come as such a shock, but especially old and vulnerable Raptor are capable of telepathic speech. Few monsters enjoy such a luxury, but I know for a fact Raptor does. Second source is King Zoltan's library directory. We'll need to return to Apton Castle and search for it. The first papers strewn on tables are clues, especially on the 3rd floor. Final source, I would like you to locate specific texts from the island of Sifdal. It should be a book located in an important place, perhaps in the quarters of their leader, Nitric. Return with these sources. We'll have ready to acquire the apparatus we locate the sources from. Thank you. Let's Return once you the services. Eee! Okay, I need to find that guy, turn in the creature, this creature. Gotta remember where the heck I saw the guy. I can try to avoid some fights. Problem is, I don't remember where he's at. Wait, what did you say? Don't you look like a duck flush with cash? Gotta eat onions for my soup? What on earth are you talking about? This is legal, son. Never go anywhere without it. Now I'm waiting more in my life. To perform a little magic and make a little money turn into anything. How does that work? Yeah, I have key eyes and key ears. Let's take the cash. Gold to me. What I'm saying is if you trust me for a little bit of cash, you can flip it for about a day or more. How much are we talking about? 2,000? Pass. I don't know, somebody could do it for 1,000. Who wanted to trade it? Was it you? No, you're a trainer in battle. Oh, let's go. Oh, don't you look elegant? Gotta get you some levels soon. One more. Looks pretty wild. That's Moby. Were they over here? Well. Oh god, you are so boned. I didn't heal him up. Thankfully, we effectively have a second one that's just as powerful. This tight. A little ghost bird. Oh, cool. Alright, just gotta get the level up, and I gotta remember where the heck that guy was. I really wish I could mark their spots on the map. Sometimes I have a nightmare that a giant chasm will grow and split open the entire nation. Wicked demons will, from a distant past, will emerge and swallow up our souls. Once I dreamed that it's a demigod for brunch. You can't find the eggs. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where he's at. They were in a weird spot. I know they weren't. Oh, this is good. These aren't exactly sloshes. Plasma barrier? Oh. Oh, I got two of that flesh. Alright. Now I know they're going to attack me slightly more frequently than I thought they were. But, right, he was near the flowers, wasn't he? Yeah, this guy. Oh. He has all 8 power. Different. Actually, you know what? I need to fly. That's what I need to do. I need to not stick around. My group is currently not a group. I need to go to a place to put some stuff back in order. Monster box time. for another one of these. What we picked up on? Yeah. It is different. This is a... green one. So it's different, just... clumsy... Maybe it's clumsy? Big bully. His has... bully... a 6 stats across the board. Yeah, so it's not exactly special, it's just another one. We don't have a fighting. Or, I forgot what it's called. So, you have gravity. I'm fine. You two. Yeesh. Yeah. There we go. Okay, we finally got it to roll the type. I want it to be yeah. Keep forgetting. There we go. For our go into the fight game, need the level of these three. If I can get away with just half the squad being that type. Start off with the flashes and then work our way trying to burn through his stats. And when I slice it, we need time to pass and we need monsters to fight. Oh, right. You can go into the castle for a hot minute. Fight some beastmen there. It's in the library. Sleeping bags. The third floor. Got to punch through a few of them. Look at that could be. What the heck does this thing do? Shoot, trying to get around him. Yeah, we have to fight these out. Defend. Crushed. They go to the wrong place? Burn. Talk at the military. Leave to flanked. Forget, forgive. Forgive, forget. Office library. little buddy. God, you look just as wild. That's supposed to be Azel. Fighting Azel. He did say third floor, but I don't think exactly tells me what floor it's in. Gracious, there's so many. Other floor 1. This is floor 2. What do you want from floor 2? Okay, I can't flip. Good. I have to read through these? Or am I looking for some stupid? Read all these before. There's something here specifically I was looking for. I don't want to fight these guys. They're gonna drive me bananas. Oh wait, I do damage to them. I noticed that they were slightly damaged. Is somewhere. God, I don't want to fight all these creatures. I know I have to. Hey Al, what is this? Greenwell, what's going on here? What's with the weird?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh God, don't call it that though, please. Oh, the information we needed. Jesus. Sultan's library directory. I can copy it as my own. Is that it?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Cut that out. Silly goose. How you doing? Alright, and you're Sentinel, and talk to Eldorado.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Recharge ourselves. Go to the general store and buy a few more normal packs. Oh wait, this is where the dairy truckers are at. This is where I buy packs. Leave. Let's just buy another 15. Right, I can buy that's a creature now. I have enough money. Well, I have to find the creature with the symbol in its belly, but I think I have an idea. And now, well, kinda had an idea, but now I've forgotten the idea because we met it like once, and then since I can't look up my creature logs, let's go see what the Utah looks like. How you guys doing? It looks adorable. Its base stats are average. Need to go in the nice collection. I'm willing to try him again, but only when we get a couple more levels under our belts. There's a few creatures that also need their move list tinkered with. Look at all my little creatures. Careful. Dick. Deeds. Equalize just in case. I have a dumb idea. Four shot, set us around. Grab salt the wound. this? This for Genbu. This for Tonic. Heaven Buster! Licks Acne. Carl Shaver. Shot. Soul, Inferno, Vile Tail, Body Tackle, which are necessary clean. Let's watch out. Let's stop that for now. Cruel Horn, Piercing Gaze, Miasma, Genbu, Hyper Flash. Alright, I like the choices are Salt the Wound and Spore Shot. For you. Pressure Strike, Titanic. Bloody Guillotine. That. Goryu. Simulacrum. Second. Just checking for creatures have an affinity to some of these. Making sure I didn't confuse them ahead of time. Not confuse them, but that's the same, I guess. So they just there's a weird demon. Gotcha. Alright, well, let's go to his place and wail on his dudes. Oh, I mean, right. Oh, these guys are weaker. These guys matter. I think these guys are... No, they're just... Alright, let's get everybody at least to 30 then. Absolute fist. These guys are in the 30s range. I'm at least gonna attempt to make an attempt at this guy at least once more. But I'll need my characters at least at the level 30. You know, where the average range of these, of all the monsters here are. When they get closer to 30 range, I'll be able to zap the front line and slam into mobs and then just test our luck that way. Some of these creatures are stupidly powerful. Very sturdy guys. If I picked up 7. I know he's gonna use Kin move like this no tomorrow, so I just need to I need to out survive him. Beautiful. I can start leveling this creature a lot more consistent. They're all supposed to have stupidly high resistance. .4 growth, 6.0 growth, 6.8 growth, 2, 4.2, 6.2, 7.2, and a 5.0 resistance growth. It moves a magic attack. The idea is to reduce the damage from Genbu by being strong against it, and then using that strength to try to chisel him down. Only 2 left. Okay. Alright, we'll get Mystery Magnet. This is also giving me an idea how strong it's supposed to be. Not a great indicator. Still trying to figure out. He's not a good guy to actually fight. He's very sturdy. Got everybody at level 30. Imperials, level 31. Like, we're gonna test our metal when we get up there. I just want to fight while we can. A lot of subtractor gems. Like, a lot. And to me, an unhealthy amount. It's telling me kind of like I need to start fusing, but I don't know who to fuse, and the thing takes away one. If I choose wrong, I'm just burning time and resources. This is my plan, is to try to just bloody guillotine through some of it. Corrosive osmosis. Got my turn very shortly. So, this is a small break. turn. Alright. We're gonna try again. We're starting with no storm. Go away. It only had a 40% chance of precipitation. We check the forecast. See how bad we hear Fugard. We're not even under any statements. What the fudge? We're not. Oh God, we're not even under. Okay, cool. Oh. That's precipitation, 20%. Alright, well, we're just gonna have to wing it. Oh, wait, I should probably at least set up the rest of it. Oh, I can't do that now. I have to go all the way back out, or I'll lose. 100%. Yeah, we're just gonna ride it out. He's gonna use Genbu. %100% chance to direct. Down. Okay, may have overestimated that. So resilient. No, he's magic resilient because he takes a crap ton physical. But he's still resilient. Oh wait, I don't get one shot again by Genbu. Oh, there went that idea. Slow him down then. Oh. Oh, there we go. Genbu takes us out. Alright, night-night. Let's try Bloody Guillotine. Oh, it's a magic move? Why is a move that looks extremely physical a magic move? Oh, he's still hit like a truck. Is he still hit like a truck? That was our strongest. I think he's more inclined to use Genbo now. Because we get rage. Oh. Into that. Piercing gaze? Heavenly Buster! Nope. Down. He not. Your guess is fine. Kind of fun. We have all the magic moves. Oh. Maybe they should have made all their bloodlines have at least one pip of super speed. I cast gun! Dead. Okay, we need a few more levels. But yeah, that's a Raziel with the fighting. Not fighting. God, I'll never get the names right. With the relentless form. So your guess is as good as mine. Like, this used to be a skeleton bird, but now it's more like a raptor bird. Hewclaw should have done better, but apparently not, because holy crap, he smashed through our resistance. It's weird. Ginbu is a, yeah, it is a, yes, it's some stupidly high, power. I want to find, like, there has to be, like, really powerful, like, fusions, because you're sacrificing 2 creatures for 1 that makes, like, a hyper creature. The problem is that I haven't found any notes related to any of them. I'm well on the phone a friend, but I don't know, like, they wouldn't even know where to start. And I kind of want to, I don't want to cheat and, like, look it up. I just want to keep swinging for the fence and see if I can find something. I just don't want to burn through a lot of critters doing it. Apple's light here. Yes. You know, these bugs and the other bugs are in this region. Little critter for the tutorial. Maybe some of the bugs can be combined? Eh. That's... Oh my god, why are there so many? Probably this little critter or somebody else. I don't know. Let's get some more. Get a set. Got one of you? Maybe? I do not. And you look elegant. I'm gonna swim past it if I don't pay attention. That's the building. Wait a minute. So they are aware of the beastmen. There's flags on all the spots. Okay. Why do I have to? Actually, there might be a quest to reach out to them. Jesus, I'd like to invade the Exile Lands. The Beastmen there can serve as a sacrifice. Jesus. Yeah, I'll be back. Okay, let me just take them. So now I just need to talk to Raptor. Yeah, that's. Still can't go into that building. Weird. What are you? Oh, you're actually a new dude. Stupid creatures. There has to be a way out that I missed. Dang it. Oh, we're actually kind of leveled. Ow. You come the heck down here. What's it? Okay, what happens to the cleave to you? Oh wow, that's right. You're like 10 levels on there. You've got to be kidding me. I think I got this to clear off all of them. God, they hit so hard despite their level difference. I'm trying to use the bad matchup to whittle them down. We're not spring. Yeah, we get a raptor. This game is full. No. Gracious. I mean, it's leveled them up, which is great, but holy smokes. Wish, like, everything wasn't super aggressive down here. Oh, hey. The surface. Just in case he wants to fight me and then it costs his strength. No, I would love that conversation. See a strange raptor before you. It stares intently at you. Back at it. Stare back harder. By moving forward, difficult. Still, you manage another step forward. Raptor recognized your strength. Impressive for a human larva to find their way here. They didn't ever make it past the uglies. Did I hear you speak? I am speaking to your mind. My mouth makes no sound. You're hearing my every word in your head. This doesn't even work. There is intuition. There is an intuitive language, one that is understood by all life. Your brain is merely interpreting my thoughts. As well, I've been asked to meet with you, acquire knowledge from you, know about the true nature of the world. How can I know to trust you? What I know, Larva. Can't. I would need to prove it. Very well. You're the one who tames monsters, no? Then let us do battle. You will defeat me. Now shall be proven that your convictions are strong. Ready to be tested, Larva. No, I need time to prepare. Fortune, they expect you from a larva. Confirm when you're ready to take me out. Raziel, lead. Oh, he's got 8,000. You have Genbu. Genbu is strong. No why he wants to defend. They're what? What level are then? Or does Punch Up and Big Bully just work against them? Trying to get rid of the debuffs. Whoa! Alright, so yeah, there we go. Considered it kind of a pseudo-trainer battle. The exit display truly. You have means of recording what I say. I'll write it down verbatim. Very well. The world is young. Very young. I have lived from the moment of his birth all the way to now. The Holy Order spoken of by Min have existed for only marginally short time than this world has. The world I've lived in before was similar to this one. It was another great mountain. My kind lived on, bordered a great desert. One day the world changed. Earth cried out in anguish. The sky ran red. It was the end of the day. The time of the Rowena. 3 great heroes appeared at the edge of this new world. A beast, a queen, and a king. Great evil had caused this, known as entropy. 1,000 souls united in their group. usurped their father, became Entropy. To become the master of all that has and ever will exist, he used the soul of a human larva, Nexus for power. Heroes fought valiantly, but it was the king able to pull the larva's soul from the form. Their new form had like a chance at life. They were once enemies. Now, embraced as friends, their powers equal in love for life, their hatred of Entropy. They summoned forth the righteous judge. The judge hunted Entropy across the world. Entropy could not win. He could only run. Now, Entropy did not only have a father, but a mother also. He appeared and took her son into her arms. In the ultimate expression of love, she allowed herself to be killed with Entropy. What left that spire in the middle of the country? The beast, the queen, and the king used their strength to sculpt a new world, one that could never know the sacrifice given its form. Then we woke up here, naked, huge, so we continue to live, build, destroy, and die. Happened to the three heroes, even larva. It is unclear. You are privy to this knowledge. Now you are too. Almost unthinkable. There are two worlds. This one is a new one. More than two. An uncountable number of worlds. Only a few were able to be salvaged to create this new one. Even today, I think, we have gained more than we have lost. I need to think on this. Thank you for being honest with me. Before you go, I will give you this. It's a whistle. One that only Raptor are able to use. Blow with it. I shall come to you, allow you to travel anywhere. Oh, hey! I will even go to places that forklifts will not go, such as the islands beyond the mainland. Use this power wisely. Now go, larva, put my knowledge to good use for all men and monsters. I have a feeling there's a bottom to this place too. Raptor's on top. There's somebody on the bottom. And I think I know exactly where I need to go to get to them. I can just go back this way. Take me back up to Raptor. Or maybe not. But maybe I did find the way to go. Maybe not. Try the other direction. I should probably do. I should probably go up after that hard fight. Keep forgetting to get back in the run mode. On the third floor. There. There was an area I missed over here. Doesn't seem like this spot over there. You can... Like get over there. I'll scroll. Okay, I have some of the meat that I can turn in and talk to them about what's going on. Needed one of the weapons. Let me tell you where the corpses I met. Good work there. It is strange that these creatures are not designed to dissolve upon death. I'll send men to retrieve the sample and analyze it. Wait here for a while. How strange. The sample isn't what I'm expecting at all. This isn't like him. What could this mean? What do you mean this isn't like him? Oh, you're right. I'm just musing to myself about something. It is unimportant. Expecting to do. He derives of human bodies, monster elements grafted into it. Apparently not. The creatures like monster DNA. Zero human genes here. While this is an interesting sample, this is wholly useless for our ultimate goal. I apologize for wasting your time. For now, you should rest for a moment. You look tired. Without appropriate rest, human body's life expectancy drops sharply. Sample being a dead end does not set us back significantly. I believe I know a solution. There exists the island of Beastmen just off the coast of this part of the province. Beastmen have supposedly freed themselves of the conditioning they received at the hands of the Order. Rumor has it the very architect of the Beastmen program resides there. I left the Order a few years ago. The architect must know more. Go there and return once you have more information. You can obtain a fresh flesh sample from them. Do so by any means necessary. Jesus! What's the name of this quest again? Like, slave to intellect. Dog of the military. Forgive and forget. Jesus. I never found Hickory, by the way. Still no dialogue. Alright. Let me get more levels so I can whoop this guy's butt. I also want to find a way to get more creatures missing. Check it down here, see if I missed anything. Maybe anything hidden down here. You know, I was hoping to see something, but I'm kind of... Okay, that's... curious. What did I run into? God, you're so teeny. Back on this platform here. Oh, there's... How do you get to that structure then? I saw some a creature with a symbol in his spell, and I was like, wait, what? Get over there. I bet there's like an underground route. Like right, not even that far down and out of the waist. How would you get up there? Unless there's something behind the house you missed. Or it could be, you know, think about that. It could be the, there's like, I have new abilities. I didn't even think about smashing through stuff. This is very unique over here. Flying. This place had breaking rocks, but I have. could have also had alternate routes. I'm not gonna dig around in here. I want to find I'm trying to remember places that actually had breakable stuff. What? I do want to fight to do that. Nintendo's they're seeing that these things must happen stupidly hard. Defense. Foresight. They're all high level too. Of course, that everybody would have all. It pasted. I think the biggest hurdle right now is just getting the power needed to beat him. That patched me up. Well, let's go to the, well, like, where is a vendor? I have a Raptor, I don't need any of afford these anymore. I have everything I need to talk to them. Horses! Good. Now comes the hard part. In order to get to Seguro, we go to Recluse Island, city of Houston. I have no doubt that their administrator will not be our likely cousin. But it was to give every citizen their ample chance of useful possibility. Of course, red of force. The way they describe it is that they're gonna let them leave. So I have a feel this is like, man, these factions are so hard to like really want to do things for them, but like the Beastmen are like the most sympathetic. You got the rebels. The rebels want you to I'm not a fan of the fact that I can't back out and like say, hey, let me think about this. Alright, we'll take it on Houston. Invaded Houston, Mycroft will the 14th will die. And her dreams are ruling over the Crown Nation will die with her? She wants to rule the Crown Nation? Oh. Oh, that's a lot less subtle. Oh, wow. I did not know she wanted to do that. That's kind of wild. Kind of a weird for a notice here. Very well. It is off the coast of the Crown Nation, northeast. Need to cross water. Climb the electric dam to reach there. Previously there, friend. Well, point of no return now. Can't say I won't lie, I was kind of surprised. This is gonna cut this one completely off. Defeat, oh, and acquire their flesh? Jesus, she went straight to, nah, monsters aren't people. Real quick. No, it's come to this. This is a plan to rid the world of your kind, and it's you that undoes it all. It is a cruel sense of humor, but this is for a far more noble cause than you could ever conceive. Lift up, no resistance, and I will let you go. See? She wanted me to go assassinate this person, just straight up, just poof, dead. No, everyone else will go. If I lose Houston, then I lose everything. There's no reason for me to continue. It's unnecessary. I do not wish for the foundation of what I seek to build on more blood. I like Zebahot. This is... I like how hard they're working to... I don't want to kill more people. Please work with us, not against us. Just take whoever's left and leave. In order you fall, you won't be hunted down. There won't be anyone left to. It's not personal, but if it is a death you are after, I will administer cleanly, painless. You won't feel a thing. If you're not sparing my life, can you spare me of your grandstanding? come out of a thing like you. Jesus! Grandsteady? No, Mycroft. I mean this. We will put your creations to work better than you ever could. She made the first batch? You hoard information for yourself, thinking it will save you. It hasn't. I would expect nothing less from one of Sauron's abominations than to completely miss the point of what I have done. I have only one question before you do anything. If I am to take your life, I owe you this much. Did Sarka ever speak of me? Apparently. He wanted a mother. He wanted security, clearly of purpose, and clarity of purpose. You could not, would not, fight either. Fine, just do it already. I commit your body to the earth. Dang! It's over. I have buried her nearby. All the pieces are in place now. Go to work on the infrastructure for the air library. Come see me when you're ready to carry on your work. Of course, be soon. Sometimes the beastmen stare at the moon. I think maybe monsters have some kind of relations to the moon and its space. That's the same way. Still looking out there to sea, almost nothing visible out this way. Peaceful here though. Senses aren't running overtime. That's nice. I thank you, even for being present. Please, rest and collect yourself. The work is not over yet. I just realized something. Take the objective list. The slave to an intellect should be broken now. And so should this quest. Because I gotta, if I tell him the bad news, you know what I say before I say anything? I had hoped you would aid us this year. I had expectations but see that your allegiance are someone else. Out of respect to this, I won't fight you. Free to make up and make use of the facilities here as a paid customer, but will not help you. Not trust of us. Sorry, I just think I just don't agree with what. Well, it's kind of dumb that they decided to just take the route of, oh, well, we won't work with monsters. So it's kind of wild that both these factions here, like this faction just doesn't care. Kill a loose end, take their flesh. Failed. No, Decker no longer trusts you. I don't know why I tried to go to a house on the wall mounted. Two scientists stuck around. Apparently they don't care about Minecraft or any of that. They just want to do science. Works for me. Have you heard of rights management? Basically, it's a protocol to protect your work. Oh, yeah. Talk to her. You ready? All the necessary power is in place, but we lack power delivery. As you are aware, this place is built on top of a hydroelectric dam. There is still stored power inside it, but we cannot access it at present. It needs to be done. For your beastmen, you sense all manner of things that humans cannot. There is something powerful that stirs beneath the dam. The other beastmen will not go down until it is removed. I'd like you to investigate this creature, or otherwise remove it. And gone, build a hot wire the stored power up here to the surface. Understood. I'll look for it. I was expecting a fight. Over here. I think I'll just be better off running around right now. They're level 3 down here. Oh, that's also wrong. There he is. Almost through his health pool. But I realized I'd give him a chance to level up. No! He's more bugoo. Oh, I just got equalized. What I need to learn is where I could find a good hyper. Really, there's has to be. Apparently, there has to be, because there's no way it's not. There has to be a fusion where you take two creatures and they become an even better creature than just getting the. Dang it! That's what I want to find out. If you find one and it's a Bugoo, I will be down for grabbing the Bugoo. You gotta tell me which two creatures to combine to make another Bugoo. How about that? If you find a new fusion bug, I will be down for it. You can ask if I have certain parts, because where in the world do I need to go? That's the spot. That's a lot of dead things over there. You? What? Viral? So there's another type out there? Okay, that leads that way. Genbu. They survived Genbu? Very interesting creature. Hack. Whole squad just chilling up here. All I want to do is... Okay. All I want to do is check this area. Nothing here. Alright, yep. This is what they're afraid of. You know, they give me the ability to smash stuff, but I don't get a lot of creatures to smash into. Alright, what's up with you? starter pack? They transform. When we awoke from our calamity, we wandered around, confused, disoriented, and disorganized, dead. Voice again. Almost our entire kind extinguished in an instant, and the earth unrecognizable. We left this place behind, with that of time only to activate one of our masterpieces. We embodied ourselves into the world of humans. We embedded ourselves in the world of humans, out of sight and mind. Time went on, we caught glimpses of our masterpiece on the horizon. Resplendent, powerful. We moved up the stairs when we saw it. It fenced 3 eggs to 3 chosen men. Would rid us of our enemies. Rid us, they did. Asbel is the deserter of God. Our proclamation against the imperfect aberrant that would see us extinct forever. Whoa. Chunky boy. Oh no, you got 4. There it is. Not do stat changers. Packed. As bad. Done, Hatchley. You're a young one. Our kind has survived many calamities. Even within you some sliver of hope. Hope for the world, maybe. I am but a humble servant of yours. Asbel is at your service. I won't lie, I wish I could just smoke screen some of these creatures, because some of these creatures are just outright fire, visceral in their chases. A weird pile of monsters. Weird pile of monster corpses. I didn't find the monster? That had to be the one. But I was okay. Climate? I know anything beforehand, but the spire is always moving, always changing. May be true 1 year is not true next year. Shifts to meet the demands of its members. If I produce maps from memory, they would not have. Unfortunate. I expected the climb to be easy to begin with. So, while you are here, you may know that some of the scientists have stuck around. I have no love for Micro's administration, those they simply wish to share knowledge. I've asked them to make monster breeder and fusion services free for you. Thank you. I'll see you at the spire. Okay, so I'll need to. Wait, where the heck is the facilities then? Oh, that's right. Fusion! Yeah, I'm just gonna go with my hunch. Buggo 1 from Forest 1. I'm just gonna combine bugs. Wait, what? They glow. Okay, I did. I. Oh, yeah, okay, so it does, so, yeah, oh god, that's powerful, that's a powerful, powerful defense. Oh god, it's gonna take forever. Oh god, it is gonna take forever to find. Oh. So there's, okay. But their stats are so much better. Alright. Gracious. What I could do is I could take the time to find out, to put them all in one box, or grab one of them, and then just walk through all the other ones. So I put you on the block. So somewhere, one of these may or may not flash. And even then, they still might need to be augmented for them to be changed. You don't. Okay, they cannot fuse. Okay. That's very useful information. So none of these super creatures can be fused. God, there's so many. Momentum's such a positive one, and it's got such a good speed. Gracious. $27. We could make even more ridiculously powerful. Oh, some weird, like, I want the speed back because I noticed, like, here, let me. Oh wow, we can actually make a speed boosted. We can make a speed boost because god, she's 1.0 speed is atrocious. But we'd be so fast. The balance. That pigmentation, that species. The offspring is ridiculously fast. What I could do is I could breed off, like, I don't know, fusion material maybe? I don't know. I want to build another one from scratch, kind of. I just want the speed back. Man, it's hurting. That 1.0 is hurting, and I want to outspeed that dude. He's whooping our butt. What I could do is I could probably do some off-screen grinding. Just get him up. I just want to get him up to like 30. Well, now I have a better area. This area down here is actually way better. I can grind up to 40 for all of them real quick. That area's not free. So I need to defeat him. I could actually probably go to the Spire. Only a dream to this stuff. This part, it's corrosive. Means I can touch all I want. Wait for the egg, honestly. Wait, if I just sleep. Wait, doesn't speed it up? Or does it? Seems to not speed it up. Based on the real life timer. Oh, well, isn't this just the best? We're all the way up here. Nobody to bother us. Just glad. I wonder what Savannah has planned for us now. Probably something really cool knowing them. So there's nothing on Exiles Island. Yep, they've all moved from Exiles Island. King. Momentum and fragile. I'll have to get their techniques fixed, but it's so rearrange. We want Dragon Blast for coverage. Swallow water for health. I don't like Bulk Breaker. Dragon Tackle for coverage is fine. This one down here. Dark Deeds, Piercing Gauge, Breaker Charge. For the Black Magic. Silver Dash is a magic attack. I guess I'll bump that up for that then. And now they just need levels. 35. The speed. Oh, wait. That's. Oh my goodness. So growth does affect that. Oh. One of you has a growth of 1.2. Huge. So negative growth. Okay, so the growth stat does matter. I thought it was the variance rate. No, that determines. Oh my! This thing's gonna be ridiculous. Like 4, it's ridiculous. Go out here. There is not a rope on this side. Oh yeah. There's that aspect I'm gonna try to remember. Acne always makes her move second. Take more damage from crown to attack. Oh, ache. Not acne, ache. Rage. Move or hurt themselves. By. Experiences with Tammy, you're able to bring ultimate talent to monsters at their heights. Wait, does my stats contribute to my monster stats? Down here is the 40s. Actually, I want to clash down here. Hiroshima! And down he goes. Simulacrum. Okay, I see how Simulacrum works. Alright, little buddy. Oh, God. Please help me. It's out of the collection of weird creatures. I don't like losing the initiative. Them in the 40s range are gonna make this way quicker. If I can get them all up to the 40s range, I think we can actually win that fight. That's an interesting bug. If I can get our little buddy up to snuff, we should be able to actually win the fight. You're also high level. Ready to rock. Spin Hurricane. Good gracious. He did that with no type advantage, and the enemy had more armor. You know what Plasma Barrier did? A 10 level difference. Got them 1 level. Trying to figure out what's up with the kick. Well, I can't get such a tight room. Even having a good matchup, that didn't hurt him at all. And down he goes. Alright guys. I think I know what I'm gonna do before next stream. I'm gonna get ourselves powered up. Get our little guys up to at least level 40-ish. I know I could probably buy some levels with the amount of currency we're sitting on. And then from there, we're gonna go challenge the Lord again. Hopefully we can beat him this time. And now we have and I might fuse more creatures, figure out some more things. We will figure out. We will cross that bridge when we figure it out. Guess in. Bye bye. Oh, great, raid target. Who can we raid into? Hyperdimension. You know what? I'll post it onto Hyperdimension. Who is 2 people at once? What's going on here? Alright. Do whatever emotes you wish to do, but the raid message is now fusion. Please give a nice warm welcome to Malthea, VTuber. And I will see you all your wonderful creatures tomorrow for more Monster Crown. See you guys then. Laters!